Good morning. Stream a bot? Are we not going to send the test message? Is that did I disable that? I might have disabled that. Damn. YouTube takes so much longer to update on the chat display. Okay. Doobadoo, 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 doobadoo. Probably because YouTube filters chat. Twitch also has a chat filter thing. There's a thing you can set on like Twitch dev side as like the admin. I think it's like 2 to 6 seconds all messages get held before they get sent out to the main chat. This is so like automated bot scrapers can be removed. Or well, so if you have a system in place to automatically delete certain things, they just never make it to the main chat. But they're still able to be seen by like moderators and stuff. I kind of always assumed the delay was just because YouTube is shit at being a streaming platform. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my water. YouTube always as it live chat. Oh, why the fuck is top chat a thing? YouTube. YouTube. The only people that use top chat are the people who don't realize that they're not in live chat. Like, I would be willing to bet good money that the vast majority of people that use top chat is because they think that they're in live chat. Ugh. And also, like, I don't think there's any way to, like, locally for your account to set it to default to live chat. Top chat was added for big YouTube. But fucking streamers don't use top chat. At least of the few times that I've seen streamers talking about it, the few streamers that I've seen talking about it say that they only use live chat. How does that all emotes and only shows real messages? I don't have enough experience with it to know, but like, is that a heavy readable chat? Chat isn't supposed to be readable. Chat is supposed to be scrolling by, and then you glance down, see a message, and respond to it. It's not feasible to respond to every single message once you get big enough. although like being able to explicitly like manually filter out emotes from your side, I could see that being useful, but Top Chat doesn't specify what it modifies. Yeah, okay, just as some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. But that doesn't actually say what it filters. What the extension says Top Chat, you'll see my message. If people are spamming emotes and it's not an acceptable time to be spamming emotes, I'm just gonna start timing people out. Like, that's pretty simple solution. Like, you just have just like if it's like a moment of hype or something, or like something shocking just happened, yeah, a short wave of emotes is gonna go by. That's normal. But like if people are just spamming emotes for absolutely no reason, and we're trying to have a normal conversation, and it's like nothing but emotes, you either just stop talking for a little bit to let them get it out of their system, or you start timing people out. Or you just embrace the chaos. If you want to document classes, use a class diagram. Yeah, that's not anything that I know about. I know I know how to use drop-down list. Okay. Class diagram programming. Let us see what this is. UML class diagram tutorial. Okay, yeah, skip all the explanation nonsense. Give me the visual. Okay. Order system. Okay. Okay, after skipping all of the explanation, I don't know how any of this works. Unified modeling language. Oh, that's what UML means. Okay. The Geeks for Geeks tutorial is a lot better. Okay, Geeks for Geeks. Class explanation. Classes and objects. Class documentation. Write down boxes, all our variables, and if a class extends to it, you draw arrows. Something like that. I mean, I can't get super detailed with the arrows. It's just one, it's just directional. I can't like add text or anything. Arrows in the opposite direction? Put 3 lines into the boxes. 3 lines? What do you mean by 3 lines? Class name, variables, functions. What? So like this, like this formatting, that looks a little odd to me. Didn't you look at examples? No. I mean, yes. I pulled up examples. Also, I don't know where this Geeks for Geeks explanation is. I looked it up, and the only thing that I found was their explanation on what a class actually is. Oh, okay. Thank you for the link. Usually you don't write out the title variable. Oh. Oh, so you don't actually list what you're listing. You just assume that that you know what you're talking about. Yeah, I guess you don't need to list it if you know the format. And it would save space, especially if you're doing this dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Hello, kitten. I mean, deadly. What? No, do the assignment. Go do your homework. Neither fine. I know that's fine, but calling anyone kitten just feels weird. Feels almost provocative. If you're on Twitch, they call me that. I mean, fair. It is just a name. It just feels slightly weird. But it's whatever. It matters not. Use ints and stuff, but you're using a language that doesn't need them. I mean, I know Godot can implicitly, automatically do shit, but I think you can implicitly declare stuff. Wait, can I not? First, what? That's so fucking stupid. Wait, huh? Expected end of statement after variable declaration. Called DK delegate, no far respond to. Fair enough, fair enough. Var speed. That is so fucking stupid. Just let me. Okay, when I say that's stupid, I just mean that's not what I'm used to. It's a different syntax than what I'm used to. Although, this var being here is kind of redundant if we have int, so just let me put it here. Although, really, this would be a float. In function, you do function. Function. Like that? To either type hint everything or type hint nothing? Hmm. Expected this after function declaration. Move function with full type hints. Okay. And void just means it's not returning shit, it's just executing code. Okay. Yeah, type hints seem like they would be tedious. You keep saying that the docs suck. Why do you say that? Like, anytime I'm looking something up, I'm generally able to find what I want. Why was you type hinted? Type hints are great because when you're using the function, you see what type it expects, and if you use the wrong type, it's an error. Wait, so that's not implicitly declaring what type it is, it's just stating which type it's expecting it to be? So it's more of a label than a functional thing? If you write it next to a variable, it declares what type it is. It can only be used with that type. Is this only except... Oh, okay. So, so it is the declaration. If you try to make it into something else, it just shits the bed and screams. I noticed that the player class and the enemy class both have speed and jump velocity. Wouldn't it be better to shove that into the entity class? Like, even if the NPCs aren't moving, that would save duplication here. Because for the NPCs, I could just set 0 to both of those. It's unclean to have variables where you don't need them. Yeah, but isn't it, like the most foundational aspect of code to avoid duplication at all costs? I guess using type hints would be useful for preventing, like, the game trying to shove incorrect data into a function. The actual solution in this case would be to make an intermediate class called moving entity. However, this has other problems. Getting too many classes gets unmanageable. Having these small intermediate classes just muddles the code structure. Hmm. I could also potentially just merge enemy and NPC, because for a Souls-like, you're typically allowed to attack all the NPCs. So like, a quote-unquote NPC is effectively just an enemy that starts out passive and has a text box. Oh, but I guess stuff like the bonfire is technically an NPC. Because you can interact with it. Hmm. I wonder if there would be a way to auto-generate this structure based on my actual Godot project. The advice is to only make classes based on mirroring logical building blocks, i.e. only make classes for things you actually treat as unique things. An enemy and NPC are different, therefore they are different classes. Well, they could be viewed as not being different. It's just like the normal enemies default to hostile, whereas the NPCs default to passive, and you can interact with them. That interaction is the key difference. Oh. Also, Twitch, I thought I put Stream Boo into the list of banned terms. Why are they still getting displayed as blocked messages? Enemy doesn't need code to interact with a player, it just needs a hurdy stick. Fair. Oh, actually, it's probably not going to have that auto-generating class display thing for the exact same reason that it doesn't have FSM shit. Because, like, I think you said you can't, like, fucking display shit using the 2D renderer. There you go. Well, health is definitely an integer. Here, let's do this. Oh, okay. Get rid of, okay, close. Shrink. Beautiful. Fuck. Shit. Why? Okay, I need to fucking close a fuck ton of windows that do not need to be open while I'm streaming, in order to minimize random shit that may or may not pop up on screen. Specifically for the game dev, because it's a display capture. For Skull, I had to make an entire program based on nothing but class diagrams. Oh, school. Make entire programs based on nothing but class. Wait, so they would like give you a class diagram and then you had to just figure out what it was actually supposed to do? That sounds like an interesting, not the game jam, but that sounds like an interesting uh creativity exercise. Okay, so entity function move. Up top, player, enemy, NPC. Get direction. Okay, well, the NPC doesn't really need that at the moment. Oh, move. Fuck off. Okay. Actually, when you interact with some things, if like player control gets taken away, sometimes games will turn the player to face what you're interacting with. So all three of these might actually use get direction. Because the NPC is like turn their head to look at you and shit. Take advantage of types and classes in the way. If you ever code that affects all three, a function that deletes an entity, you could write it out like function delete entity. Use the function by passing it a player would be valid. That, I mean, that makes sense. Although I think there is a built-in function that that allows you to just remove something from the current scene. Why do the arrows? Oh, because this is like a subset. That's why they're pointing up. Okay. That could be like self dot clear. No. NPC extends from entity. Yeah, so like all of these three are types of entities. They all get their own little pocket. Although, saying it extends from entity makes me think that it should be that way. Because it's this going to that. Or rather, this getting dragged out from that. But I guess if you're thinking of it like following a chain back to its origin, back to the primary mega alpha, then that makes sense. I do find it interesting that hitting Control S, I think it saves the entire the entire Godot project, rather than just the current thing that I'm editing. Also, this is not the same case convention. It looks like functions are supposed to be all lowercase with underscores. Don't add. Oh, I know. The underscore before the name, I think, is for like built-in functions. That makes the variable private, or like the value that it returns. Oh, function private. And private means that exclusively this class is able to use it. Like nothing else can reference it. Okay, okay. Yes? Okay, that makes sense. So if so if I made a function private for entity, does that mean none of its subclasses would be able to use it? The subclasses can use it. Okay. Okay. Okay, it explicitly says saving scene. Although none of this shit uses these. Player technically has all code of entity and the class above that. Yeah, I know that. Test level uses the player class. Okay. Yeah, but class.enemy also gets updated. Although functions and file names maybe shouldn't have the same naming convention. I don't know. I just generally try to follow what the editor uses as the default. Okay. So I believe the last thing we were working on was player mobility. Try spawning an enemy? I mean, we can also do that. Huh? Okay, what did I break when I renamed shit? Okay, thank you. Okay, so clear. So it was also renamed in the object? In the comment. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so test enemy collision shape 3D mesh instance 3D shape sphere mesh ball. Oh, sphere. Okay. Oh yeah, we had like that entity template thing we were messing with. Okay, so test enemy. Why do we have snapping? Why do we have snapping? I don't want snapping. Why? Why does snapping get disabled when I turn snapping off? That makes absolutely no sense. Okay, whatever. Okay. Test enemy. You get a script. Okay, so test enemy would extend enemy. Don't add a. Oh, open an editor. Okay, that's what that is. I thought that was like animation player or something. No. Yame. Why am I setting the script in the code when I can just put the script onto the original? Unterminated. Because the test enemy should have its own class. Because it's a unique enemy. Load? Load what? Oh, load. What do you do? Returns a resource from the file system. Oh, okay, fair. Does that work? I don't know how to tell. We need to put something into the enemy class that has like a visual indicator. Shouldn't it already have it? I didn't see a visual indicator because you added the mesh. No, it loads in. I'm on the wrong scene. It loads in. I'm saying we need to add a visual indicator in the code to see if it properly applied the script. Okay, class enemy. Physics, process. Class entity. Move. Was it the player that just exclusively had to jump? Because they had input handling. Do I? Okay, what? Why is it that some of this shit is hint typed and then some of it isn't? Should I just be hint typing everything? Because most of these values are going to be pretty obvious what they should be. Need to hint type return types always. The go.base functions and classes are hint typed. Okay. Okay, so float. Okay, so default of 10. Okay, that's what. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so function find player vector 3. Not all. Okay, so. Can I find member new in base vector 3? Eh. Okay, so this is okay, so it's going to find the player's position and then get the position of itself, and then it's going to do three-dimensional math, which I have not touched before. Unless it's actually just like self.x minus player.x. Get direction. No, I think get direction was the thing that I made. Yeah. Water is your best friend. It's the lubricant for your cells. There's an argument against having the same case as the inbuilt function. The same. You can't tell what is and isn't yours. Oh, fair. That seems like it could easily be rectified by just having like some sort of visual indicator here of if it's a custom function. Okay, fair enough. Could get vector between two nodes. Vector math. Give me the function. Nami doesn't say anything in interesting. But you explicitly just said you were going to leave it to me. I thought you told me what I need to do, and I was gonna figure out how to do it. Sometimes it's hard to forget that using Google to look something up for coding isn't the same as looking up a solution in a puzzle game. Considering your heavy anti-spoiler stance, using something to look up for coding isn't the same as a solution. Yeah, because this doesn't really have a single solution. It's just you have to find a way that works good enough for you. Because like this is a kind of puzzle, but it's a puzzle that doesn't have an intended solution. Okay, yeah, this definitely doesn't go in entity because player, I don't think, needs access to find player. Get node. Oh no, the car crashed. Okay, wait, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, the player doesn't have a name. Okay, I need to give the player node a name. Do. There we go. Let me go back over here. Get node player. Okay, so functions print player dot position. Huh? Oh, it's in a different function. Okay, so function find player. Return player dot position. And then print find player. And one of these other assholes is already printing shit. Yeah, okay. And then nope. Enemy. Okay, so variable player equals get node player. Let's try something. Because it needs to go up a level in order to access player. So dot slash. No, show me the template. Okay, I am here. So how do I access my game? Okay, so root and then player. Root player, return player dot position, and then print find player. To string. Wait, no, I didn't need to string the velocity. Okay, debugger, errors, invalid owner, node not found, root test level player. Oh, okay. Root test level player. No. No, you're good, Yami. Invalid owner. Huh? Why the fuck is player collision? Invalid owner. Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. The fuck you? It's not spitting on an error. You might need to do self.name. Entire quotation. Why are you shitting the bed? You're working just fine here. Set owner after set child. Okay, let's go ahead and put these in a proper order. Okay, so we have mesh, collision. Mesh, mesh, collision, collision. Put all the code together. Okay, that... something fixed it. Node not found, test level. Set owner, get node test level. Relative... oh, okay. Okay, there we go. If this intended, prefix it with an underscore. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so... it's not printing... return player dot position. Get node root test level player. Okay, do I have the correct hierarchy? Root test level player. You can also print within the find player function. Oh, true. So I don't actually need to return anything just yet. Oh, wait, yes, I do. Okay, well, it is registering player.position as a vector 3. Or, well, I guess it's just returning anything at all. Huh? Hmm. Okay, position is not a thing? Position is not a thing. Position is the thing. Yeah, but position... it's not displaying at all in the autocomplete. Root test level player. Oh, wait, physics, process. Oh. Okay, so the script is not being applied properly. class enemy dot gd. Yeah, this is why I just wanted to. Well, no, it's not. That is not why I wanted to just put it here. Put the script in directly. What was the purpose behind this? I guess just to know how to do it. Full control over code, but to get visual prefab of placing enemies. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're just gonna be setting everything via code, what's the point of using a game engine? Like using a game engine is so you have a bunch of pre-made stuff that makes it more convenient. I would imagine. Actually, how does it tell when the function ends? Does it just stop once it hits the next function? Might have to add a new line at the end of the function. Okay, so it breaks once it gets to it. Set script does not. Attaches script to the object and instantiates it. Oh, so it's just broken? Only attaches script to the node for the editor? Wait, it doesn't exist for the... Wait, but how does that even work? So is set script, like, exclusively for, like, add-on use? By the time they're ready, the function is called. All of the scripts already got instantiated. So the script added after the fact won't get instantiated. Well, the way this is phrased makes it sounds like it adds it and then instantiates it. If you put the entire line into initiate. Hmm. Okay, I don't. Cannot return value of call such a set script because it returns void. Oh wait, hang on. Is it possible that my path is incorrect? Because test enemy is a child of test level. Get rid of that. Oh. Var test equals get node test enemy. Yeah, I could do that. Oh, dot name. Yep, test enemy. Yeah, I'm trying to look up how to attach a script using that. It seems like other people are also having issues. Although this feels like it's something that should just work implicitly. Because being able to change what script a node has dynamically seems very powerful. Unless that, like, fucks with compilation or something. Sinuses, fuck off. Set process true. String as bool. Why, oh why would I have to set a process? Okay, find player, print player.position, return player.position. Okay, so that code works. Find player, physics process, find player. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw that on there just to see it. Oh my goodness! Why the fuck? Stop having breakpoints. Okay, so if it does get applied properly, it'll work. Get node test enemy setup in replace of set process. Cursor. Okay, setup just doesn't have documentation. Okay. Non-existent function setup in base class character body 3D. Although it did not report an actual error. Interesting. The the preview is broken. Okay, so get position. And then from one object to another. Return vector. Okay, so position plus equal player position minus current position divided by speed. Oh, that's stupidly simple. Although that's not moving towards the player like at a set unit per time frame. That's moving towards the player at a set like divisible of distance. So like if the enemy is super far away, it's going to be moving faster than if it was like right up next to you. So that wouldn't be the best. Although Godot does just have a flat move toward function. So I can just move toward from self position to player position. Wait, hang on, move toward. Moves from this to this by this. Oh, fuck off. Position minus self dot position normal. What? Okay, so player dot position minus current position normalized. Is normalized just absolute value or something? Because this isn't working. I have vector length of 1, i.e. not a distance, but a direction. Okay, apparently I don't know how vectors work. Because I thought a vector was a direction and then like an intensity or something. A vector is an arrow with a length. If you set the length to 1, the length of the arrow changes, say, the speed. So a vector is a direction and a movement speed, velocity. Am I Wikipedia? Why do you have? I don't need all these paragraphs. Just tell me what a vector is. Arrow with direction and intensity. If it's a position vector, it's angle and distance. If it's velocity, it's angle and speed. Oh, so it's just an arrow on a coordinate grid, but the labels on the axes is completely arbitrary. Okay. Oh, okay, so just a change between 2 points. Easy enough. Yummy, yummy, it's fine. Oh no, it's gonna get us. It's gonna get us. And let's see if we can. Ooh, almost. Almost. Aha! Gotcha. The enemy has been defeated. It's not going upward. Gravity might be too strong. Although gravity is currently set to be pretty weak. Physics process. The upward of the vector is stealing some of the speeds towards you. I'm so big it flies into the sky. Okay, well that seems var t equals t equals t dot z equals 0. Okay, that didn't fix it. Oh wait, z. Why? Did I normalize the wrong? Did I set the wrong axis to z to 0? There we go. Oh right, because this is Godot. It's not Blender. Y is vertical as it should be. Nice, nice. Now, all we have to do is make it detonate with the force of... I mean, I guess we don't need a really big bomb, like one of those firecrackers that you throw down and it just pops a little bit. Nice. We are making progress towards having the ultimate game that will shut down the industry because there will never need to be another game again. It will be a terrible tragedy in human history. Okay, so... there... Okay, so this variable is the direction from player to self. What happens if I don't normalize? Oh. Oh, it just has infinite speed if I don't normalize it. Help! 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 Position A minus B is the same as doing it on a number line. 5 is target, or position 2, so 5 minus 2 equals 3. Distance is 3. If we normalize it, it becomes 1. If we move by 1 to the right every frame, we got there. Wait. But we're not moving by 1 every frame. We're moving by 10 every frame. If you don't normalize the vectors after doing the minus, what happens is the ball will always move towards you in a single frame, being glued to your ball. Huh? If you don't normalize... Move... Okay, so direction, speed... Oh, so this just gets the... Oh, so normalizing it removes the implicit speed of the vector. And then here in the move function, we insert our own speed. So if we only did this, it does the entire vector every single frame. Okay. So normalizing is just truncating the vector to a direction and then 1 unit of distance. The vector dir is the vector in between the player and the ball. If you travel that distance, you're at the player's location. Okay. Give me sort of image. Yes, let me go ahead and have a 5-dimensional quantizing real quick. Oh yeah, isn't matrix math where you just have like a multi-line array of numbers and you're doing shit with that? Multiple vectors glued together. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have basic ass move towards player. Although, might want to at some point add a clause denoting like aggro speed or aggro range rather, so that they don't move across the entire map to get to your position. Perfect use case for an FSM. Okay. Really confused by the solution you found online for moving towards the player. That might have just been someone. It's so simple. If you don't know what vectors are, it's not simple. Although I don't know how they got the divided by speed. Because if you're dividing by speed instead of moving by speed, that's going to change the actual movement speed depending on your starting range. Although I guess if the aggro range is defined, but then that's going to cause the enemy to decelerate as it gets closer. Like, yeah, I mean, this is the specific thing that I was looking at. If you wanted to, just curiosity.
Drink water and stretch.
Oh, shut up. I've been drinking water. Okay, we have ball. Now to make triangle. Triangle does ice damage. I guess maybe we could make it to where, like, if a collision happens, the player receives knockback. Or an item. We could have an item be on the ground, and if the player interacts with it, it goes away. It stops being on the ground. Adding an attack to the player? Okay. I guess so. That would be on input. Okay, so we're going to need a forward. So we're going to need a front of the player. On specific input, spawn a collision in front of the player. And then based on effect of that collision, it does a thing. So we need to define a front. Rotate the player to always face forwards. Yeah. Can we parent the camera to the player? Yeah, that should be easy enough. Okay, so function ready. Because the player isn't actually in this, we're gonna have to parent the camera via code. I guess so. Parent reparent. No. Parent. Get node camera 3D dot set parent reparent new parent node player argument 1 should be node. Oh my goodness. Get node root test no wait. Root test root test level player root test level camera 3D. Cannot call reparent on a null value. Node not found. Root test level camera 3D relative to root test level player. Set owner should always be the last. Oh. Cannot call the fuck. Test level camera 3D. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we need to set a forward direction. Rotate the player to always face forward, and rotate the camera around the player to try to always be behind the player. Although I think... Is there just a fucking direction? Vector? Make it so the move camera action also rotates the player. But the the camera isn't the player though. Why would code responsible for the camera affect the player? The camera is part of the player movement. Yeah, the camera is also part of fucking cutscenes. And I don't want the player rotating while the camera is moving around for a cutscene. And also, potentially you can move the camera independently of the player. Those two camera mode. I was more so thinking, you can just rotate the camera around the player to look behind you, but yes, also I do want to include a camera mode. Like, that is definitely something I would be interested in. Oh, you know what would be super funny? If I, like, similar to Dark Souls, I don't include a way to pause the game, but I do include a camera mode, so that becomes an effective pause button. I think that would be really funny. Like, the intended way to pause the game is to open up camera mode. Okay. We're not using health just yet, so I'll mark that out. Not using anything in NPC. Wait. No, I don't need health at all because Entity has HP. Not using jump velocity. Although... Jump velocity might not even be used for some enemies. Because I imagine, like, jump attacks are, like, preset animations and stuff. Make a new function called get camera direction vector 3. In the process... Okay, would this be... Would the camera have its own class? Because the camera is, like, somewhat of an entity type. Well, I guess it's not a character body 3D. It's a fucking camera 3D. Just manipulating the position of the camera directionally. Okay. I'm not really for sure where I would put this code. Because, like, there's automatic camera movement, and then there's also player-controlled camera movement. Okay. Okay, self.look at. Okay, apparently I didn't read your message properly. Self.look at, get camera direction, vector 3 up, get node, camera 30 position equals minus get camera direction times 10. Not all codes to fix. Piss off. Okay, so self.look at rotates the node so that the local forward axis points towards the target position. Okay, so get camera direction vector 3 dot up, get node camera 30 dot position equals negative get camera position times 10. Okay, so the camera is currently getting nuked. Look at, I'm not sure what vector 3 dot up. Okay, so that's just a y value of 1. Rotates the node so that the local forward axis points towards the target position. get node dot position equals the negative of whatever this is times 10. Copy paste the input handling code. Oh, that's where the jump was. Okay. Okay, this is probably where we should change what all the inputs are. And also add controller support. Okay, project, settings, input, show built-in, okay, so add action, player left, camera is probably built in, possibly, but like, no, nope, it's not. Okay, so movement. Oh no, that's player left. Player right. UI left. Right, text, text, text. Nope. Dead zone. Interesting. Okay, so optimally, uh, we eventually just have a settings menu where you can just custom rebind whatever the fuck you want. So I'm just gonna set these to stuff that works for me for now. Okay, so WASD and then left analog stick for movement. I believe that looks good. And then Up. Okay, I don't like that. Go dot. I do not like that. When I change the order, why do you automatically uncollapse everything? Oh, fuck off. Okay, up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. And then input handling. Oh, I need jump. Oh my goodness. Fuck. Oh, that's very annoying. Okay, so okay, and then okay, so input vector that. And then this needs to be like relative to the player position or something. Change the thing within the parentheses. What the fuck is transform.basis? Hmm. Okay, yeah, I actually have no clue what the fuck this is doing. I mean, I know it's changing the direction it's facing. One moment. Expected end of statement. Expected closing. I gave you a closing. Cannot find member Z in base. It's not a vector 2, it's a vector 3. Are you fucking stupid? The fuck? Let me get. What the fuck is this even doing? Transform. Okay. Local space transform 3D of this node with respect to the parent node. The basis of. The basis of this transform is composed by three axes, x, y, z. These represent the transform's rotation, scale, and shear. That means absolutely nothing. I mean, I know what rotation and scale are. Turns the four booleans of is right being pressed into it. Pretty sure you can't have more than one boolean for a boolean. It's yes or no. I mean, I guess it's checking for each of the individual inputs. Self.lookat get camera direction. Wouldn't that make the player always rotate to look towards the camera? I mean, I guess we can find out. Isn't that what I want? No, you want the camera to try and stay behind the player. So that you're moving forward and the camera is behind you so you can see what you're walking towards. Okay, 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 I don't know. Okay, camera isn't rotating fluidly. Wait, hang on. I actually don't know if visibility fully disables it. Okay, well, the camera is rotating if the player is moving, but it's not letting me rotate the camera around the player. Although I guess that's the player's constantly. No, I want the player movement to be independent of the camera. It's the camera that's trying to stay behind the player. Huh, well, this certainly did something. First person. Vector 3, input x. Wait. Vector 3, input direction x, direction y, 0 within the get camera. Oh, as like the return? Well, the look at is causing the player to constantly rotate to look away from the camera. What's the vector 3 dot up for? That's just giving me the up direction. Remove the... What? No, that's going to cause the player to look at the camera, isn't it? Okay, pressing W doesn't do anything. Sometimes. Yeah, no, something is completely broken. I think it's... The player is rotating... Because the player's constantly moving to face the camera, that's fucking with the relative axes for movement. Well, the player shouldn't be looking at the camera. I don't know why we have that. Like, the player should just be independent, and the camera is focusing on the player. Like, the player shouldn't care at all what the camera is doing. Because in theory, I should just be able to use the arrow keys to rotate the camera around the player. Okay, I don't know why that's making it first person. We also need to set the camera 3D dot rotation to look towards the player, which should be the get camera direction. No, 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 wait. This isn't referencing the player at all. Get camera direction is giving us a vector that is rotate the camera in this direction. Okay, so this is just the player giving an input to change the direction manually. We actually don't, at the current form, we don't want the player to be able to change the rotation. We just want the player to change the position, but it always faces the player. Position and rotation are the same thing. No. Absolutely not. The rotation determines what it's looking at. The position determines where it physically is in space. Hmm. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I know that's how cameras normally work in games. I'm saying that movement and rotation aren't literally the same thing. Because like you can walk up into a wall and oh now the camera is smushed against the player. Or like if you have a free cam mode. The position we set will always be relative to the player. Hmm. Well, I mean, can we just not parent it? Huh. We need to parent it so the camera follows the player. Well, I mean, we don't need to. We can just like on the physics frames, like if the camera is further than certain distance, move towards the player. Change the position to rotation. Oh, right. I fucking stopped parenting. Okay, I'm starting to think that the because we currently only have 4 angles of camera. Um, it's doing something. It's doing something a lot slower. We're rotating, just not around the player. Yeah, because if we were just rotating around the player would always stay in the center of the screen. Wait, actually, no. We're rotating the player. I mean, we're rotating the camera. But we're not changing its position to follow the sphere. It's also rotating very fast. You know, if there was an orbit function, that would be nice. Get node, camera 30 to position. Position equals 0. Rotation plus equals camera direction. Position equals position. Where the fuck am I supposed to put this? Just entirely in the physics process? Why? Oh, right. Fucking Twitch chat doesn't support line breaks, which is bullshit. Nope. Invalid assignment of property, position, value type of int. Position should be a vector 3. Oh, position equals... Okay, so this is what's happening if I hold up. Okay, so get its original position, teleport it to world origin, rotate towards the player, and then put it back to where it was. Okay, I think the axes might be off, just as a separate issue, because this is what happens when I'm tapping left. Up and down, left and right. Here's an get camera direction. Here's a question. Okay, nope. I was hoping there would just be a default template script for the camera. Um. Where am I supposed to slot that? Am I replacing shit? $42. Okay. We have continuous, although it's not really rotating. It's more zooming. Look at... Oh my goodness, look at... What? Give me the docs! I mean, if it's looking at vector 3 does... Oh, well, I guess if it's childed... if it's a child of the player, then the player would be vector 3.0. Here's an idea. Vector 2 for base type of array. Blarg. Okay. The transform basis code, but worse. Okay, get node camera 3D deposition times equals direction. Ooh. Target and up vectors are collinear. This is not advised as it may cause unwanted rotation around a local z-axis. Hmm. Wait. If we're doing times equals direction on the position, that's running every frame. I need to put in like an if statement or something that only does shit when you're actually pressing a button. Because direction doesn't return anything if there's no input. Or maybe it's 0. I don't know. Yep. So if direction does not equal 0, maybe? Wait, invalid operand. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hmm. So nothing, nothing, nothing. Tap. And it goes to shit. No. It's almost there. It seems to only want to rotate around this 180 degree. It's also getting closer. Doop 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 doop. Woo! It doesn't seem to want to cross whatever this axis is. Maybe it doesn't like going into negatives. Oh, I guess a direction would be an absolute value. Oh, you used the wrong coordinate grid. Yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Did stream work? I don't believe so. Frame rate looks normal to me. Or, well, bit rate, rather. I mean, it says it's unstable, but I've been fucking 6,000 strong for the last 15 minutes. Frame rate has not dropped at all. How could you? Oh, I guess buffering. I was gonna say, how could you tell it was having an episode? Nothing is moving. If we add an extra node, uh, you know, this would be nice if Godot just added a template camera script. Control node rotation goes around the player and the camera. Okay, so the camera is just always looking at the player, but it's parented to something that actually physically moves around the player. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, so get node. We're gonna have to change all these get nodes to like orbit camera 3D, I think. Or I guess maybe we don't. Oh no, we do. We definitely do. Fuck. Okay, get node orbit rotation plus equal to okay. Attempted to call function look at in base null instance. Oh, okay. I did the opposite of what I needed to. No, that returns more or less what we already had. That does nothing, cause the camera is continuously looking at the thing that we are trying to go around. Do 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 do. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, I think I know what the issue is. The orbit object, because we're just moving its position, it's just going like this. So the camera turns to follow the player, so it looks like it keeps zooming out. Oh, move the rotation and the position? It doesn't matter what the camera's looking at, we're rotating the node above it. Oh my god. The only thing this rotation is going to do is rotate the camera, because the empty node doesn't have anything. But the camera is always implicitly looking at the player, so its rotation is immediately getting reset. Yeah, rotates the node. The camera is relative to the orbit node. If the camera is relative to the orbit node, then that means the camera should never change direction. Unless we change the orbit nodes. Wait, does rotating a parent also rotate all of its children? All the transforms go down the list? Oh, it's additive. It's additive down the chain. Okay. I understand now. Okay, so rotation plus equals direction. Well, if we're having the camera look at the orbit node, but it's already relative to the orbit node. What is the position of orbit? I mean, now it's 3, 3. Set that back. Set all that to 0, 0, and then we can move the orbit up here. Actually, rotate it down slightly. The orbit needs to be at 0, 0. And then it immediately gets parented to the player, so then it always stays at the center of the player. We're getting closer. The orbit rotates within the player. Divided by fucking 100. Okay, we got it. The axes need to be inverted. Oh, I just fucking deleted it. Deleted it. In the rotation. Nope. Let's do this. Hey, there we go. We have a camera. It's not that. Oh, sorry. The axes need to be swapped, not inverted. My bad. Ooh, that feels nice. Oh, never mind. Moving the player's fucking with the camera in a way that does not feel natural. It's also impacting my ability to move. The camera doesn't move with the camera moves with the orbit, and the orbit moves with the player. Wait, but the orbit is parented to the player, so it should all follow the player. Is the lookout to blame? Oh yeah, it's the lookout. Huh. Odd. Odd. Very odd. Why is my muscle memory fucking defaulting to inverted controls? Yeah, that feels much better. Why the fuck does that feel better? I guess I'm pulling down and rotating the world down. Okay, but still, it's fucking with my ability to move. The player is not being rotated in any capacity. Look at once in the beginning so it's centered. I don't know where I would put that. Fucking with the ability to move because the user input is relative to the cam. Why is it relative to the camera? It should be relative to itself. Although I guess it doesn't implicitly have a forward direction. Before parenting the orbit. Huh? Node not found. Hmm? I mean, I don't think it matters which order we do it in. Doing it this way just makes it a smaller line. Hmm. Okay, it's definitely not fully relative to the camera because forward back, it doesn't let me go back. Now it's not letting me go forward. And then if I rotate all the way around, if I press forward, now it's inverted. So it's definitely not relative to the camera, or at least not in an intuitive sense. Move player input handling move input handling move. Yeah, no. The move function doesn't give a single shit about the camera. It's just changing its global velocity. The input is camera dependent. No, the camera rotation, the camera input is camera dependent. The player input is not camera dependent. It's two different functions. Because this was made before the camera existed. Input.get vector player left should be camera dependent. No, player left is not the left of the player. Hello, Prosto. Player left only cares that I pressed one of these two inputs. That's what the player left means. Player left means these two inputs. I could set player left to be fucking right tilde or whatever. Ignore the part where right tilde doesn't exist. Hover over get vector. What are you making? Right now I'm learning, but the end goal is to make an insect-themed Souls-like. Because bugs are cool, and I recently played Dark Souls, and it was really fun. Right now we're fighting with the camera. We're trying to make a camera, and it doesn't want to exist. What engine? Uh, Godot or Godot? Get Get vector. Why would get vector be camera dependent? None of these inputs care about the camera. Get vector is just getting a vector between these four values, depending on whether or not they are true or false. Do 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 do. Sorry. No player. If forward move towards camera. I mean, don't need to worry what isn't camera dependent. Well, I mean, huh. No, I know. I do want movement to be camera dependent because that's intuitive gameplay. That also makes it easier to rotate because you can just run in a circle. Would be the in the input handling function. Well, input handling, if we want movement to be relative to the camera, then a camera check should probably go into input handling. So for input handling, it would be like get a vector between the player and the camera, and then compare that to the vector that we are trying to move. Although direction does not equal 0. Self.rotation equals negative orbit rotation. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so if direction does not equal 0, rotation align with orbit. Question. Orbit is being set as a child of player. Would setting the player's rotation to the orbit's rotation cause recursion? Okay. I love that I can just press a button and then just find out for myself. Rotate mesh and collision. Is is the isn't that the same thing? Mesh and collision is independent of the camera. Oh yeah, the camera is a child of the player, so if you rotate the player, it's gonna fuck with the camera. Okay. Self dot. Okay, what's the fucking? Player body dot rotation. Okay, well the movement is still relative to the global, but the player is whenever I move the player, they proceed to snap to the so where they're facing away. Aww. Oh, I can't set two things. Lame. Only do X and Y. I think the player is slightly off kilter right now. Hmm. It feels like there's a better way to do this. Z? We only want the player to rotate in one axis. Oh yeah, you don't want to rotate, Actually, wait. Wouldn't it be the, No, it's actually the y-axis that we want to rotate. This is why I was worded up by you saying we should only rotate the player when we move. Well, I mean, if movement, rotating the player along the camera seems more natural. Well, I mean, I like being able to turn the camera around to look at the front of the player. I don't want the player to always be facing away from the camera. If movement was relative to the camera and also the rotation to face away from the camera wasn't a single frame, I think this would be better. Because then I could just do this and I wouldn't be static. Also, why the fuck am I getting stuck on shit? Everything is flat. Okay, so this is appropriately rotating. So while we're moving... Actually, wait. No. We don't want to always rotate the player to face away from the camera. We want the player to rotate to face the direction they are moving in. So direction dot y. No, not direction dot y. So if direction does not equal 0, aka the player is moving, rotation equals direction? Nope. Woohoo! Okay, no. Rotation.y equals direction.x. Player body dot look at direction. Hey, okay, wait, what's the actual look at? Oh, it is underscore. I'm stupid. Okay. Hmm. That's not quite what we want. Okay, I'd like to. I'd like to have a very clear indication of the front of the player. Right now, it's just nondescript white cube. Texture. We need to give the player a texture. Okay, let me go ahead and boot up a sprite. File, new, fucking, one. Copy. So this is a fucking 3x4. Okay, and then delete, delete. Huh? Eraser tool. Do you not support transparency? How the fuck do I import? Select a resource file. How the fuck do I import a PNG? Fine, I'll just fucking open in File Manager. Oh, why the fuck did you... Oh. Oh, okay. Like basically like 2 frames before I released, left click and hit Control C, you sent your next message, so it copied that as well. Huh? Okay. Import as... okay, I can never remember. Rendering textures. I can never remember how you default import nearest neighbor. There we go. What? Huh? Hmm. Canvas textures. Okay, whatever. Self.texture. Okay, I actually have no idea how to assign a texture. Look at global position plus direction. Oh, that works. Except for the part where I occasionally get stuck on the flat ground. And also, direction is still relative to global rather than the camera. Okay, yep, that's exactly what I want. Okay, rotation works good. Yes, indeed. We have successfully made a cube, and we are making the cube better and better and better. You cannot assign a texture directly. Assign a material. Blarg. Excuse me. We're gonna have to make the enemy rotate towards the player at some point. But right now it's a sphere. So it doesn't matter. I guess I need... It's probably gonna be on, like, mesh instance. So, like... Material. Overlay, maybe? Material load. Huh? Hmm. Player.mesh.material equals... Non-existent function new. Property of key or material with value type string. Player mesh.material. Yes, my favorite file type. .pong. Okay, player mesh.material equals material new. Oh, so we just set the texture directly? Mesh instance node. Okay. Albedo meaning color will always catch me off guard. Hmm? Invalid assignment of property or key, albedo texture, with value of type null instance. Do I need to copy absolute path, maybe? No. Copy path. Create the material. Hmm. Meh. Okay, why the fuck is it dot material underscore, but then it's material capital? That makes no sense. You're making me angry, computer code. Player mesh material override. Albedo texture equals create from image. Create from image not found. Nope. Although we don't have much time left. Mesh instance. Albedo texture. Maybe image texture? I got that. Image texture 3D isn't on this list. Ooh, an atlas texture. That could be useful for like items and stuff. Create a separate scene with mesh and texture and load that. I mean, I don't think the player's texture is going to change all that much. So we could really just make the player prefab and then just whenever we need to spawn them in, just dynamically call that. Although, I'm gonna have to be heading out, like, more or less now. I'm just waiting for the alarm to go off in less than a minute. There we go. As long as it works, it works. This notably doesn't due to limitations. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, just the prefab some. Well, I mean, that's what they're designed for. We should be using the prefab because this is something we're going to be using over and over and over and over and over. But I have to go. Bye bye.